Milford Graves is here. Andy, do you want to introduce?
Yes, I'll just say a couple of words about Milford Graves. I first saw him play myself, perform, about 17 years ago, I think, and I've never forgotten it. Milford Graves is a little bit difficult to describe. Let me just say that if you know about the jazz since, say, the late 50s all the way through, and you know about Albert Ayler, Don Pullen, Andrew Cyrille, and many others, you would certainly know his name as he played and recorded with them a lot. He's made a lot of recordings. He's performed all over the world, especially in Japan. And he's has a lot of different interests. And I'm not sure what he's going to do tonight, but I'm very interested to find out. So this is the last class, as you all know. One of the things that Milford Graves is interested in is healing and music and the relationship with healing and medicine, which I think is something we've just touched upon, and there isn't time to do everything, that's for sure. So I think that's all I'll say for now. Let's invite Milford Graves.
Okay? Fine. Heart. What's the origin of drum? Who can tell me the origin of the drum? Heartbeat? How do you know that? What are you thinking about? Yes?
I'm thinking that the first drum we had is inside, and that the reason why.
She was thinking very hard.
Well, I was just.
Very important posture.
No, because the reason why it's the origin of the drum. If that's what you believe, the only reason it could be is that the vibration comes from inside, the echo from inside.
Sounds right.
Oh, I felt it.
Yeah, I know, but it sounds right.
No. I felt when you turned the drum up. I started going like this in my chest.
But it sounds right, though.
Right.
Yes, it sounds right. Listen, it sounds right. There is a legend in Africa about the origin of the drum. Some people will say the drum came from the genie. And I had a conversation with two royal drummers from Ghana about 10 years ago that visited my home in Queens. And I asked them, I said, what's the origin of the drum? They said, the genie. I said, well, yeah. And 30 minutes later, they told me the origin of the drum is the heart. So we had a big discussion about this. There's always reference and tradition between the heart and the drum. I've listened and I've recorded many heartbeats. I've listened to more heartbeats than I've recorded them. But I've listened to well over 1,000 heartbeats. When I say over 1,000 heartbeats, I've listened to more heartbeats, but I've listened to over 1,000 pathological heartbeats, so-called pathological heartbeats. Before I go any further, maybe I should give you a little introduction concerning what I do. I'm a musician. My major instrument is percussion, but also I'm a doctor of acupuncture, and I have a clinic. I'm an herbalist, and I see many different types of people. I have been told that some of you are familiar with Cuban music or religious music, African religious music, Caribbean Cuban music, and so on. Well, I think if you had a chance to hear music or talk to people from Brazil, from Haiti, from Jamaica, Cuba, from Ghana, from Mali, from Senegal, Guinea, Nigeria, you will hear everybody that you will hear will tell you something quite different. So you ask yourself, who's right, who's wrong? And after all these years, I tell you what I say about that. Whoever gets the job done is right to me. I've been through the whole set. What I want to do tonight is I just want to just pass a little information, a little bit of experience, get you thinking about certain things. So if you are confronted or you're around a situation maybe you'll better deal with the situation. At least from your own perspective. Use a little bit of your own inner self. Don't go on the outside all the time searching for someone to hold on to. See, Mama do is good. See, because imagination is good. If you don't have imagination, you got to have a big imagination. You don't have a big imagination. Somebody says, imagination, that's not correct, You got to give me a little bit more valid information. It's not, I don't know, imagination is no good. Well, it's good at times. If you really feel that it's good, then deal with it, as long as it doesn't hurt you. I don't want to talk about any one particular system tonight, and I don't want to name names, but I just want to give you some information. From a clinical perspective, I medically deal with a lot of obats, babalawos, first levels of priests. People who do communicate with various deities such as Batala, Shombo, Legba, and so on. I'm quite sure you heard of all the different names. I get the chance to see really deep inside what's happening. There is a record that is no longer available, but if you can get a hold of it, it's beautiful. It's on harp rhythms. It's an old rhythms by George Gestural. This record was made many years ago for medical students. I heard that record many years ago, and it flipped me out. I'll tell you why it flipped me out. Because every harp rhythm I heard on that record, I heard that rhythm in religious music. I said, something's happening here. Something's happening. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. For over 10 years now, I've been 15 years, I've been recording heartbeats. People coming to clinics. People who have a definite heart pathology, that's something structurally wrong with their heart. And people who come in that have all kinds of arrhythmias, but they've been told that there's nothing wrong with your heart. It's in your head. It's definitely in your head. What you going to do about it? I had a mobile come to me last week, was diagnosed as having hypertension, high blood pressure. This person gets possessed a few times a day. We sat down and we talked about hypertension. It's too many times. It's responsible to a lot of people. Talk about everything that's been wrong. And the first thing he has to deal with is the kind of drums that's playing for him and the kind of rhythms he's getting possessed by. Very dangerous. This could be very, very dangerous. There's nothing wrong with hypertension. There's nothing wrong with hypertension. Because to leave the so-called earth level and going to the cosmos, which musicians were talking about in the 60s, we're going to leave the planet Earth. We're going to go to the cosmos. We're going to play to the cosmos. John Coltrane used to talk about it. We're playing to the cosmos. Sun Ra talks about it a lot. We're playing to the cosmos. Well, to deal with the cosmos, you're talking about dealing with some heavy, heavy duty energy. You're talking about it deep inside of yourself. So you may not know it, but if you did research on musicians, so-called energy musicians or avant-garde musicians and so on in the 60s, you check out these musicians. You may ask yourself, well, what happened to them? I don't see them around no more. Well, a lot of musicians, quite a few of them, had mental breakdowns. Check it out. Quite a few of them had mental breakdowns. They couldn't deal with the energy. You cannot listen to an ESP record or something that Impulse put out or whatever else. You cannot read Mama Baraka's Black Music book and the Black Impulse books and get any kind of idea of what the music was about unless you were actually on the scene. Because recordings did nothing for this music. And there's something else I'll tell you. How many people know Albert Ayler? Okay. You think you heard Albert Ayler, forget about it. Forget about it. And you got to stick with me because I'm going to be all over. Whatever comes from me is going to be just like the music. It's in that moment, that's it. But if you can get a little bit, fine. Albert Ayler was probably the strongest horn player I ever heard and play with. You hear Albert Ayler on records? Forget it. Albert Ayler would always play to try to get that little catchy tune that people would like. You had to hear Albert Ayler in a closed set, not at Newport, not at any of those big concerts that we played, not the European concert circuit. You had to be in a room where musicians got together, a few people was there, and we played. Albert Ayler was noted for cracking ceilings. I was living in an old house in East New York section of Brooklyn. Albert Ayler came to my house and took a rag, and he looked at my wall and said, "I'm sorry, but I'm going to have to stick this horn in my rag because I don't want to crack the ceiling." I mean, Albert was tremendously powerful. His brother was tremendously powerful. How many people know Giuseppe Logan? Well, there was a lot of strong people around. The music was heavy duty. I mean, it was so powerful. It was one thing for people to listen to, but for you to do it, to put yourself in that kind of spiritual state, was another thing. A lot of people, structurally, their bodies couldn't handle it. They couldn't handle that kind of emotion. Now, I'll go back to something else I said. Hypertension is not bad. It's only bad when you have a fragile body. When you have a fragile body, then you have a problem. If you're going to overconsume fats, overconsume salt, and the rest of it, you know what? You understand? To give you very hard, tight, cement-like arteries, you have a problem. You have a major problem. Because for you to so-called leave the earth and get into the cosmos, or get into that other spiritual kind of level, or to get possessed by certain deities, you're going to really do a job on yourself if your body's not capable of handling that kind of energy. You burn yourself. You burn yourself. A lot of people are not ready for that. A lot of musicians thought what they could do is keep late hours, have a bad diet, and drink alcohol, and put drugs in their bodies and do that. No way. Most of the musicians that I know that had mental breakdowns, spiritual breakdowns, or physiological breakdowns are the musicians that was trying to get on that kind of spiritual mental level, but their bodies physically was incapable of dealing with the situation. There are a lot of, as I say, priests and so on that's coming to me with these problems that's getting possessed, and their bodies are not able to handle certain situations. See, mechanically, we can all play certain rhythms. That drum is one thing. Your hand is another thing. And the stick is yet another thing. But it's you. It's you that will have to bring that spirit through that instrument. And you don't always have to use a drum. You can use your voice, you can use your hand, and you can use your body. Or you can just use your presence. Either one of those. The legend states first, there was voice. Then there was hand. Then there was rap. Then the drum came. A lot of times when you see people do certain kind of religious ceremonies or they demonstrate certain kind of music played for a certain kind of deity, which a lot of people object to. They say it's improper to do that before the public in a concert form or for a demonstration. without actually going through the act of doing it. A lot of people who look very much down on that. If you want to really see a situation, a religious ceremony, or see deities called down, you have to be in that set. It can't be something that's going to be put on the show just before you just demonstrate something. You really, really have to be on the set when that's happening. And if you get someone, or if you happen to witness someone who's a priest and also a doctor, so you have various priests that are not doctors. The higher level priests are doctors as well. Some people say, well, that's not true. And you ask if they're a doctor, and they say no, but you understand why they say it's not true. They're only putting themselves in a situation that they say, well, you know, you have to be a doctor to be a priest. And if they're not a doctor, you know, they're not going to tell you that. Well, when that so-called indwelling spirit, when that spirit starts to act, starts to come up, you don't see it done much now, but you don't see it done in somebody. You know how you can tell? Listen. And you will no longer see batu, 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 batu. Come. You got it? You got it? Okay. You tell me what's happening.
Speed it up a little. Don't feel it anymore. Come close. Back. Lift close. Back.
Okay, if I was ever amplified, I will show you all the drum rhythms that go on. All drum rhythms. Okay? If you go to India, they may talk about Kundalini. They may talk about hot chakra. Talk about top chakra. They talk about chakra in the pelvic area. You can sit down. So, come up with this heel, right in the perineal area, press it on the plexus here, come up this way. So, it's one way, then go. That's not always the greatest way. Not good. Be careful. Chinese have learned that. Many people study Tai Chi Chuan. Okay. Go away. Round shoulders. That's it. No. New way. This keeps all the blood low apart. To have a continual flow of blood and chi, you have to hold. So new way in China like this. Old way, old men go like this. Later on in life, they have respiratory problems. Because all your blood that comes through your veins that's supposed to come back up to your right side through here, it stays down here. So, same movement. China, Africa, same way. You come here, it's Kundalini, especially Tumbala. All on those. These are things that many people have forgotten. Many people play that in a way that it doesn't get to the real deeper, the real deeper inner part of the soul. And they're playing it wrong. They're doing it to everything. It's all written the wrong way. People are still trying to take one pulse and break it up into 4 parts instead of 3 parts. And it's been a major problem. Got 3 basic pulses. Comes out of African dance, that goes into Caribbean. Has anything to do with any kind of link, you understand, on an ancestral aspect in the Caribbean or even in Black America. There's 3 different basic pulses that you move over that has any kind of relationship or some kind of sympathetic activity with your circulatory system. Why do we keep saying circulatory system? Because that is the basic pulse of how we move. Basic pulse. This and this is connected. Doctors are still trying to figure out tinnitus or tinnitus, ringing in the ear. Well, maybe it has something to do with the heart. It doesn't have something to do with the heart.
It turns out that I want to interrupt the flow for just a second here, because I mean, you're in mesmerizing presence, and I really enjoy what you're saying and doing, because it hits home. But I happen to know something about tinnitus. And what I know is that you can describe tinnitus in terms of what's happening in the ear completely. I mean, you can do that. And people can listen to someone's ear, you can actually hear the sound coming out. If you put a microphone up there, and the ear is actually producing the sound.
Yeah.
And it turns out, it's interesting, you can create that in animals by just giving them loud sounds and disrupting part of the cochlea. And, you know, it's straightforward. You can describe it in those terms. And so I guess what I'm saying is, I'm curious because a lot of what you're describing is like a traditional, is not completely traditional Western medicine at all. It's like deep into some understanding.
Tinnitus definitely has something to do with the heart.
But where's the connection?
Connection?
Yeah.
You see it more on a clinical basis. Okay, maybe towards the end we will get to that. You see, because there are a lot of times, there's a lot of times you will not find a real anatomical, you understand, reference point to it. If you look from a Western medical perspective, you look for that material thing, forget about it. Forget about it. We'll never find it with that approach. See, that's when we stop. When we have to grab a hold of it. This is the thing. This is purely energetical things that we're talking about now. This is straight energetical processes. You see. If you don't know anything about acupuncture, you see, and if you've never had acupuncture experience, it will blow your mind to see people come into your clinical setting, whereas allopathic Western medicine has just literally thrown you out because they said there's nothing we can do for you. Take a painkiller or just deaden your mind so you don't even realize it's there. You will come in and you will do something that is maybe here, that's got to do something here, boom, and it just cools it right out. Because you talk about a meeting point. You see, when you think something's localized here, no. You may initiate it here, but if you can initiate it here and think you're localized, it's only localized there and doesn't have effect someplace else, that's a problem. Because if you start it here, if you start something here and don't think it's going to affect here, be careful. You got to be extremely careful. Because you can start something one place and cool that out, and 5 years later something will jump up and say, well, where did that come from? It came from what you messed with 5 years ago. Because you know why? Because when you check here, you understand? You know what? My experience in Japan, I like when I go to the East. You know why? Because it's so simple. What people say, it makes you feel like a fool sometimes. Because when you keep asking somebody a question like that, and say, well, you don't have the proof, you're not scientific enough, and so on, it's too anecdotal, and so on, and somebody said, we do 5,000 years, don't tell me I know. You get sick, I make you better. That's it. Simple. What did I say? I met a Japanese acupuncturist in '77, and I brought him to my place because I said, people don't believe me. What do I know? I'm from New York, and then from New York, I'm from Queens, and then from Queens, I'm from South Jamaica. So how could I know anything from South Jamaica? I'm from South Jamaica. And Bedford Stuyvesant. I can't know anything. So I said, I'm going to bring my buddy here. This guy's never been to the country. He can't talk English, anything. But you know what he was able to say? He was at my place for a whole summer. Let him work on a lot of my patients, and we did a 2-day workshop. And he said one thing. He said, you American, too much. Line, 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 line. Everybody sit there. Well, you have a lung meridian here, you have a heart meridian here, you have a large intestinal meridian here. Now your energy is located at this point, so on, so on. He said, my grandfather said, you get sick, you hurt here, stick there. But it was working. And you get people come in, and they think that they know all these channels, know the internal pathways, the external pathways, and they look pretty. They can sit back and talk all of the philosophy in the world. They can have all these beautiful books you have out now in English, you understand, on energy flow, and everything you want to think of. And they can do that and still walk out wasted. As a matter of fact, the guy who's acupuncture, you know what he told me? He didn't know nothing about no channels. That's not the way it started at the beginning. They dealt with points. That became much later. And a lot of those classics were written by non-acupuncturists. neat little way of how to make it look, like put this whole mathematical thing to it. Well, this would be right if we put this line of flow to that line. It has nothing to do with it. Because the energy don't travel like that. It doesn't travel in a linear way. You move it, pop. See, that's why they have a problem. That's why they have a problem with AIDS. You know why? Because them little bugs are slick. They're trying to treat these little bugs like they come like this. Even the bug. The chemistry is off. Now let's get back to this. Now this is a serious note because I think you should really know this. I'll tell you what really gets me inside deep. This is from pure experience. The way I was taught that drum. And I feel that I told myself quite a few years ago, I said, the only way I'm going to survive on this planet is to tell the truth. Personally. I said, the only way I'm going to reach a higher level of consciousness or wisdom or whatever else, I must tell the truth. And I'm not afraid to deal with the truth if I'm not doing anything to harm you or harm nobody else. If I'm doing something bad, I have to lie to you. And I feel the only way that we're going to survive on this planet if we learn how to deal with each other and keep running tricks on each other. Stop tricking each other. Well, unfortunate. Does anybody here now that was in that rehearsal with the jazz band? Okay. Now, I'm not saying anything negative. But somebody asked me a question about, I guess how I felt or so and so on. I listened to that. And I tell you what ran across my mind. I said, you see, well, some people, that's their concept of what jazz is about. Now, I'm not putting this band down, because you asked me, I thought as students, I was enjoying it. I was enjoying what I was saying. I'm not going to lie to you. But I was thinking, and I said, you see, but I wonder if they really had true exposure to the history of this music. And unfortunately, a lot of people have really never heard so-called jazz or, get right to the point, black music in this country. It's always been a major problem. I was part of a diddy wop group. We used to stand on the corners. I grew up with the clef tones, the heartbeats, and all the rest of it. And we used to sing on the corners and be doing our numbers. And what used to blow my mind, the guys who had a chance to get record dates would always come back and say, well, they liked us, but they told us we were singing out of tune. I said, singing out of tune, it sounds good to me. And everybody was moving. Well, we used to say, after they went downtown and went to the conservatory and got some piano lessons, we'd come back and say, that don't sound right. But they say, no, man, you got to sing the way the system wants you to sing, because that's what's happening. And I feel anybody that is going to study music healing, is going to call himself a music healer and a music therapist, does not do a thorough investigation and a thorough study of non-commercial, unadulterated black music in this country is making a tremendous mistake. Because black music in this country during the time of slavery and so on, for people's survival, it was music that played an integral part of their survival. The music was not used to get out there and impress some music critic. It was out there to save your soul, to heal you. So you really hear the music played the way it's played. Music has a real strong healing power to it. And that gift to people on this planet has been denied because you've always been told that you can't do it that way. So a lot of this music you don't hear. And there's a trumpet player now that's out, that's getting a lot of popularity, that a lot of musicians I taught, especially guys who play the same instrument, they always complain about it. to be able to, get the so-called music education in these conservatories, I don't know if it was always the greatest thing. If you're going to lose one thing for the other thing. You got to put them all together. How many piano players do we have here? Now, he's a student of mine at Bennington. I'm glad to see him here. Now, he's in my ensemble. So when I say this here, you will see that I'm not just writing you off. How many people know Don Pullen? Well, not because Don Pullen is an ex-partner of mine, but I think Don Pullen is one of the greatest piano players on this planet. Don Pullen could play. And when Don Pullen confirmed something to me in the 60s, I felt good. There's many stories about piano players in the 60s with the so-called new jazz or free jazz avant-garde. A lot of musicians were not using pianos. Why? Because people went into the cosmos, so-called cosmos, and they left that keyboard. They left the keyboard. They were in between what's on that keyboard. You can get clusters. You can work like mad on that piano to get it. But you get close to it. So you can get to a certain point on that keyboard. And Don Pullen told me one time, we had to do it together. He said one thing to me. He said, I hear it. And if you don't know, if you know his work as a piano player, he is a fantastic bass player. Fantastic bass player. So he knew what the strings were about. So when we played, Don left the keyboard and got into his soul, and when he went to approach the keyboard, when he was here, he would say to me, I hear it, and I know it's there, but when I hit the piano, forget about it, it's not coming out. So people did acknowledge that. I suggested at the time that you guys get together and build a new keyboard that would give you free expression. So black music was singing off of the keyboard. When that so-called opportunity presented itself to integrate yourself into society, to economically improve yourself, a lot of musicians thought it was necessary to deal with that. But what did they do? What did they do? They started to take certain things out. They started to refine. And this is clearly stated by a lot of so-called great Western musician piano players who will tell you this here. But people still deal with the instrument. There is a limited factor on that instrument as far as expression, spiritual expression is concerned. You're dealing with a temperament, or as some people say for a better word, a tampering scale. This is something beyond this class, but if you want to go into, I saw something in your bookshelf, go into the Cessation of Tones by Helmholtz. And there's Boyle have one out of temperaments and scales and things. It's very interesting to read this here and see how things have been refined. Because this wants to talk, this wants to bounce. Between your eardrum, your cochlear membrane, and all the rest, they want to bounce, they want to dance. But if you're going to only feed it 12 equally tuned or mathematically, measured intervals, just to please the industry. I'm just using words so if you do have to go to any kind of reference source, you know where to look. Because if you use a just intonation on there, and use that system of tuning, you'd have 35 notes to an octave. So if you have 7 octaves, you really have to restrict it. So they say, no, we're going to find the 12th tune, but we're going to make this here nice and equal. We can get 12 notes within an octave. But it does something to your soul, because you always want something when you play that. You don't know it until you play another instrument, or you're exposed to really what sound's about. When you play that, there's always something missing. I'm quite sure you've made a beautiful meal, and you've laid it out. It's got the color, it's got texture, but you said, something's missing. That's what I'm talking about. You don't know what it is, but something's missing. It's not satisfied. You're finished, you're like this. You're bloated, you got indigestion, because you keep eating, trying to satisfy yourself, because that other little thing is missing. This is what you have to do. That was beautiful did before. Now, I'm going to follow up with something you just did. Talk to me now.
I was wondering if you'd thought much about how drum rhythms, we're not the only animals with heartbeats. I know there's some people that think that music and different kinds of rhythms from guitars and drums have been played for other animals, from whales to turkeys, and gotten definite, I mean, we could call it communication. We might not call it communication or language, but it's definitely something's going on there. I was just wondering if you thought what you think about music as a more universal, outside of just this animals.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a total experience. Everything is involved. Everything is involved.
Have you ever tried to play music for another kind of animal?
Oh, sure.
Carry on a conversation?
I want to get this straight because you just said something. Because a musician, a great saxophone player, called me up the other day and was going to buy, 2 weeks ago, he was going to buy some German Shepherds. And he said, you know all about the animals. I'm not a veterinarian. But in 1970, for 2 years, I ran a diagnostic laboratory for a veterinarian. I'm a medical laboratory technologist. See, I did more than music because it was getting to be some real cold days. And I said, when I was going to get uptight, I refused to do like a lot of other artists do, go and do anything. So I said, what else do I want to do in life? So medicine was my other thing. So I did this for a veterinarian lab. So I was in with a lot of animals for 2 years. You see. Also, I have a lot of experience with animals. If you live in the city, and you go in certain areas, you better know how to deal with an animal. I've had many animals approach me, but you know what I do? I sing to them. I don't have to pick up no stick or no bottle. I sing to them. I get right down and I talk with them. You ever hear a cat's heartbeat? Quick. Quick. Very quick. Everything speeds up. And if you know anything about deities, there's always animals associated with the deities. That was all part of it. Nobody's worshiping no animals. You jump the animals, get through the animals, go through the animals and get through the higher forces. You're multidisciplinary. You dealt with nature in general. Same thing with plants. The old school, you were an herbalist as well. You kept a garden. You dealt with all kinds of plants. This was a total thing. You didn't have to talk about vitamin C or vitamin D or vitamin E. That was part of being an herbalist. You keep yourself in check. You keep yourself in order.
Well, what do you think about this having Harlem then?
What do I think about? The best way to answer that is that you would have to learn how to do it and experience that. That's the least of the deal. You know what the most difficult part is? And I only do that once in a while, is you stop this. You stop your heart.
Isn't that what you did?
No, I'm isolated. This part. I can isolate different parts. When you go to the heart, you have anywhere from 6 to 8 seconds to do that one. You got 6 to 8 seconds on this one. Has anyone ever experienced death? I mean, actually just about died? Well, this is great enlightenment. When you stop this, and you get short of your body stopping, that is some kind of experience. I mean, if you really want to go through past, present, future, that's what they're doing it for. It's to get inside, to get just before that point of death. It's amazing the changes your body goes through and what comes to your mind. Once in a while, I do this for stimulation. And when I do it, I have somebody around me to instruct. So, old traditional way what you do. You rub the ears, cold applications, and you throw cold water on this. I will always have someone around me when I'm doing that. I will never get that much some of the bata drums, which I had a conversation earlier about the difference between Cuban bata playing and African bata playing. Well, this subject has been brought up before among the internal circles. And people will say that Cuban bata drumming is sweet, real sweet, cute. And African bata drumming is bitter, pungent. And you may have a tendency to really gravitate more towards the Cuban bata drum if you're from this part of the world. Fits more into the groove. You will hear everything that they're talking about. You will hear in so-called concept of chaos theory now why, like if you have, like say, like if your body has a tendency to move towards a cardiac dysfunction, a malfunction, you will. It's better to have a chaotic heart rhythm, irregular heart rhythm, than it is to have a normal heart rhythm. It's definitely true. It's definitely true. There's no time to get sweet. You've got to come up with that real spicy, pungent thing. I've had this situation before. See, chaotic, I don't like the chaotic, I don't know, you know, that's not the thing, you know. Post-diagnosis. A lot of people have a problem dealing with post-diagnosis. They don't think post-diagnosis is real. Chinese system of post-diagnosis, it is real. It works. I use it all the time. It works. People don't know how it works. But you know what is the problem with chaos? It comes down to a simple thing when people talk about yin and yang. There's another way of saying the word yin and yang. Another way to describe that is parasympathetic, sympathetic nervous system. There are people talking now, these anthropologists talking now about Southern voodoo death, you know. They say, why do these people die? The sudden death of voodoo. What's going on? So they're talking about this whole kind of thing that's going on between parasympathetic and sympathetic nervous system. But this is a big thing in here. A big thing in here. You will always see two things happen. Come on, Amy, I need some help. What you're doing is right on. Even if you didn't want to do it, it was activated. Why? Because you had all this anxiety attacks and everything else. You had fear. You had no sense of belonging, so it was necessary. Your sympathetic nervous system was definitely stimulated. You hear something that's played in Africa, you hear it here, you hear it in Cuba, in Haiti.
Talks about Japanese, Chinese acupuncture, but don't sleep on the German systems of acupuncture, or especially electroacupuncture. They have come up with some stuff over 30 years research to find out, which is very true, that there's an area on the body that has strong influence on the hypothalamus, located right here. People knew that a long time ago. You got to understand, I see people now, they're all there, they're all over there. And you can see the hypos up. You can see them, because you can see this popping, this moving, where that going. You see, you can see there's a whole hormone, you can see there's an emotional thing going on. There's the environmental changes in the body. So you know this is it right here. And you pop it. This moving, when you contract this, you contract these muscles. So you get the temporal muscles going, you get the sternocleidomastoids popping. And that's all popping you up. So if you don't know these things, you just copy what somebody told you. You don't know what the real deal is. You're outside of your body, not inside of your body. So we had a big sympathetic thing going on here. When some people come and tell me, well, I went to the doctor, they said I have all this high blood pressure, but they don't know where it's coming from. I know where it's coming from. They want to know why high blood pressure is messed up here. Because they don't find it here. You got to go up here, sympathetic. 2 reasons for that. To get it like a ritual. Now, ritual, that's why you always have to have that. People keep talking about one of the big things in Haitian rhythm and Haitian voodoo. Why do you always say? I hear people today telling me, somebody told me years ago that I was supposed to be so knowledgeable. We was in this room and we were supposed to be getting these things all, bringing out these spirits and so on and so on. He said, you're playing too strong. It's too loud. I said, well, I have no problem. Those walls are the ones that got the problem, not me. You got to learn how to tune in and forget about this here being a problem. That's another thing. I see people running around. You got to be strong. Some people are not just strong enough. Come on, Ed. Talk this year. You gotta get the 1 to be 6 again in half. So we're going to do it the way, if you know about notation, quarter note triplets. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3. I know you know this. You see a lot of African dance. You see that enter right into the community, so-called soul bells. Somebody said, you may it's all there. You see, one is giving you like you see, you like boom. That's the contracted heartbeat. That's big energy. Because that's where all your energy is popping out. Boom. You see? So you got that. You got get. It said so one, two. So you got one. That's the big pulse. One, two, three. Another 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. So that's the 3 pulses you got to know. You got to know you're down. You got to know when like you fall over like this here. All the way. Get. 3 big ones. You gotta know those. Not say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. No, you gotta take them ice. You gotta know 1. Say, you. Say, okay? 3 big pulses. Never forget them. Now, 1964. And you're making me older than what I am. You talking about the 50s. Forget about it. I was still trying to get out of high school in the 50s. I came on the scene, hitting all the newspapers. Great, avant-garde, way out drummer. Where? I came out playing. And the reason I used to trap drums is very simple. Playing conga. I tried doing this here. We tried all African stuff. Then we switched. Beautiful. Everything was good. Very few gigs. That changed real fast. So I had a chance to come up here, not too far from here, in Boston, Revere Beach. And I played at a place called Club Tide. I don't know if that place still exists. 1963. And I was playing this Latin jazz band. And this guy was selling his drums, and I bought the drums, and I bought him on a job, and I was playing him bass, because I was trying a new style. That time, Willie Bobo, I don't know if you remember Willie Bobo, he was with Cal Jaden, he came out playing bass, drum, and timbales. I said, good. So I took the drums to the gig, and I had timbales, and I was playing a little bit. So they wanted to play some jazz, so I started playing some jazz. And started feeling good. So everybody started telling me, man, you should play trap drums, man. You sound good. I said, I don't want to play no trap drums, because they said they're not stretching enough. So a friend of mine took me to hear Elton Jones. I didn't know said, man, this is the top guy in jazz, man. I said, that's the top guy? I said, I'm going to play trap drum. Now, wait a minute. I don't want to take this back to Elvin now. Because Elvin may take this the wrong way. Not that I was saying Elvin Jones wasn't happening. I'm saying if you can play that free, I'm going to play jazz. Because everybody else was kind of stiff to me at that time. So Elvin, like kind of says, gave me the go-ahead. So I said, the guy said, well, he's hard hat, man. He ain't playing like everybody else. But I said, well, there's a way. I said, why do you play the high hats like that? Because when I came up, if you were a drummer and you played traditional drums like that, you couldn't dance. Forget about it. How could you drum? You had to dance. But they never used to tell the dancers that. They never tell the dancers you got to play drums. They always tell the drummers you got to know how to dance. So, because I did a lot of calypso work. So free. Boy. So we had to do it. You see, it's your shit. Then we playing drum. But your feet would be doing it, because you'd be ready. You'd be working. So you know what happened when I went to there. It was nowhere possible that I could move my feet and don't dance. So, if I went to a trap drum set, no bass, son. Okay. No problem, man. Leave it like this. The hi-hat with this here and that there. Look at that. You just do it. Okay. And don't say that I'm trying to sound like somebody else. It may be the opposite way around. Unfortunately, what happens a lot is the people who've got all the basic publicity and is responsible for bringing out certain concepts is not the ones who are the originators, but the imitators. And the sorry thing about it, if you are influenced, if you want to play like somebody, then you should know the originator, so you should really see how it really is supposed to sound. Well, just getting at a closing point. So let's why don't we wind it up, and I know you may be thinking about something. And so regardless if it's like saying, okay, right on. I like what you said. I have no problem with that, but I also have no problem with saying, hi. I don't like when you stop. I want to debate that issue. That's beautiful too. Anything? Let it come out. Don't think about it.
What type of things are you working on now? What are you
tried to make, I mean, really, I've been saying this for years. It's nothing new. I mean, maybe the technology involved is something different. But really, basically, if I perform for people, the ultimate objective is what somebody told me before. I was told this a few times, but I knew where that's coming from because it was professional criticism. Not by professional criticism, I mean by somebody else's position. Say, well, man, you know, you just there to entertain people, you know. Like, you're playing in people's hands, you know. Like, all you're doing is people, they need to talk about how good they feel. I said, beautiful, that's what I want to hear. And that's what I'm trying to do. You know? I want you to be able to feel good, but at the same time, don't try to act like me or someone else. I want you to get into yourself and bring out yourself and learn more about yourself. That's what I'm trying to do. The way I feel about the situation, the world situation, is that our problems are because we only have a few people trying to solve this here. I think we got to have more creative minds out here. So I want my plan to get into your creative, intuitive self, and bring out that aspect. So that's the ultimate thing I'm trying to do. So that means that I'm going to have to put great demands on myself.
For your question another way, how do you practice if you practice?
Oh, I very seldom practice on that instrument. I very seldom practice on that instrument. Very seldom. And I know a lot of people don't believe me. I've had that statement made, that they don't think, they say it's unbelievable that you don't perform that much, and for you to come back on that instrument and play like you've been playing that instrument, you play the instrument like you've been playing every night. Well, there are certain people that know that's true. People in my household know that. They know it happens to my drums. What I do is that I try to, I try to spiritually and physiologically maintain myself. And what I do is keep my body in shape. I mean, I try to train like an athlete. I'm just going for like what you call a world-class athlete going into high competition, you know. And I have 1,000 titles to defend on a multiplicity of different sporting things. That's what I do. That's what I'm doing. Because see, like, I get bored if I keep going there. I get bored. You know, after a point, you know what that's about. But all of my things are geared towards that instrument. You know, whatever I do, whether it's digital things, with my fingers, if it's with my limbs or whatever else, that's what I do. I do yoga and things. I keep my body very wiry, and that's primarily what I do. And just keep cultivating myself. You know, as far as trying to study different disciplines for ideas. I'm looking for ideas. That's what I'm looking for now. Because I see people woodshed physically all day. There's nothing coming out. You know, that's silly.
So you're developing yourself mentally, but you kind of feel that you've taken the instrument as far as it will go for you, that you're not trying to develop new musical ideas?
Oh yeah, well that's it. That's all part of it. Because I don't see music as a separate thing from here. But what I'm doing, the track drum is not giving me what I want anymore. You know, I think it's you know, it's too bad it wasn't a performance thing, you know. If it was a performance thing, you see what I'm doing. You know, I mean, physically what I want to do, and which I told the second local, we had this debate one time, he said it's only, but so fast you can play. And I said, no way. You know? I mean, I have techniques right now of playing on an instrument. I'm not trying to play, you see. I'm not trying to play fast just to physically look fast and impress you with technique. See? There's certain kind of things that I want to accomplish, you see. I'm trying to compact maybe, say, like 15 different sounds. Get that sound. I'm looking for a certain kind of sound. So the musical idea, the ideas is there, but it's to execute that idea. That's the tough part. That was the problem I was having before. I mean, I just didn't have the physical ability to execute that. So people said it was just too impossible to do it. You know, certain things you just won't be able to do. And that's true at all.
How do you use your lips together?
Oh.
Because, the question is that I went to some theaters in Senegal, and they use specific rhythms, and I was wondering if you incorporate specific rhythms, patterns, into it.
That's cookbook style. Every system has a cookbook approach. what you're going to do, but they will definitely come out. So to say what kind of rhythms, you can be very superficial about it. One thing I do is that when everybody comes, whenever I see somebody clinically, I have prepared many different cardiac rhythms for all kinds of problems. I mean, not only problems that I've been able to diagnose using various methods, but I mean straight allopathic diagnosis using high tech. And this is pretty, a rounded out kind of diagnostic work I can see. And I will tape heartbeats and foul, and to compare those heart rhythms. And I will keep monitoring it. Some people, I'll do it both ways. I will do it by pulse, and I will record it. So I got a record of both. And you see, and then I will hook this up with certain kind of rhythms. And then I will watch and see. But the medicine works the same way. Because whatever you do, you can talk about healing this organ, that organ, so on and so forth. It comes back to a simple thing of parasympathetic, sympathetic, or yin yang. It's that kind of concept. Those two are the ones that's getting out of whack. And you got to get a balance in between those two. Now what you have to do is you got to play a rhythm in between those two. You may have to go, you charge the system up, and charge it, that may be some, and that's when you get people, they make you sweat. It's all so dry now. All they do is they poop and they jerk back and so on. So now I feel like I'm going to throw up. I feel like I'm going to have diarrhea. You got to be power paid. This is the real way you do it.
When I think of sicknesses in people, I tend to think of it like it's a weakness in them or sickness in their mind. And I feel like maybe with a friend of mine that's got a sickness and I try to talk to them about it, like maybe this is a weakness in your mind, and it never really gets me anywhere. And I wonder what you have to say about that.
Oh, you're trying to talk someone into it.
Not necessarily talk them into it, but if a friend of mine gets headaches all the time, I try to say maybe
Okay, you know what?
in your mind.
You have to mean it. If you don't mean it, it don't work. You have to mean it. You have to mean it. How many people do massage here? Let me use you again. You're close. You see a lot. You see people put hands on, and then it comes over top. You see, you see, you make the sound. You got to snatch. There's no way you can walk over this message, gel or anything like that. You see a doctor inside. No way. No way. No way. I have an acupuncturist that's in Japan. I like this guy. He wants to come, he wants to work on my clinic because he wants to study some other things, the drumming and all that. Well, he does needles. And people have to get used to him here. Have you ever been treated by acupuncturists? You ever been treated by Japanese acupuncturists? Okay, Japanese. A lot of times, they may... You see? And it's beautiful. You see? Now my friend, he'll needle, he says, you see, people you don't really see. I mean, these are people that really do, not the people that run the city clinics that has to be all proper, but people don't understand this. I find a clinic, if you be there, you say, you touch a point, you say, ooh. People say, what's wrong? What's the problem? It's hard to do. There's nobody going to sit down and play a drum, and they just cool. You saw them heal there. Did they heal you? Okay. Was the answer strong? Firing, right? You got to move. You got to move. Did you have the drums picked up? Huh? You have it moved on you? You walked in? You got to get right into your body. Huh? Yes, yes. You got to move up. Yes, awesome. Yeah, see that. You got to move. That's part of it. This has got to work. You got to really mean it. I mean, you got to go. You got to get a headache. You want her to heal a headache? You got to get a headache. And then once you feel that headache, you got to want to take it out yourself. And you got to get the headache out. After the headache is out, then you got to take your headache out. That's the problem. Okay, go and have a good night's rest. How you feel? drummer. For a drummer. China, Africa. China, much respect. Africa, nail fetish. Western scholars, good. Western scholars, bad. Intellectual, spiritual. Not nail fetish. Not Bokongo man. Reach in spirit this way. Only reach superficial this way. No spirit. But some people know spirit. every place but that place. Nothing wrong with knowing history. But you must do more than talk history. You must practice history. Correct history. Not history that was put together and brought before you by people who were trained in Hyde to teach you history. So sometimes you think you know history, but you don't know history. That, out of history. You play djembe, you play bata, you play igbit, you play dono, you play a tumfum, whatever. According to the environment you're in, will predict the frequency that you play a particular rhythm. You in Nigeria, you don't play the same frequency in Cuba. Because naturally, you must vibrate with the environment. If you are being true to African philosophy, if you're being functional. When you listen, and you can hear this, educated by various deities. You will hear certain things. So if you hear baptized, you hear certain rhythms played to certain kind of deities. What's deities means what? People who call themselves immunologists would check out not only this, but check out what the deities means and don't get spooked up about it. It also relates to viruses, bacteria, fungus, whatever else. So it's important to know the rhythm of your body. If you use herbs, you know what's wrong with people using herbs? You look in the book, take this herb because you have this and you have that. No, books are telling you about how to deal with a certain kind of frequency and a rhythm with these herbs throughout the time of the day. Not morning and evening, or 3 times a day, or 4 times a day, 6 times a day. Forget about that. You can't do that. You have to be in touch with yourself, and you must know when to take these herbs. You may have to take these 30 times during the day, different ones. You've got to set up a certain kind of rhythm in your body. That's why herbs don't work. If you don't know that, it don't work. This is a growth factor here. This set has to deal with certain kind of ancestry, certain kind of development of spirits, people. The next set, you will have something take place that people today are calling chaos, superstrings, quantum physics. Looking for that unifying force, the 4 forces. Got it all here. Got it all here. Sometimes it be sent over there, don't know where it's really at. Real true arts. As you said, warrior arts from Africa. Don't spar like people think they spar or are supposed to spar today. You can do that if you want to. Touch. Mukwa, ado, nisi, hamo, hanas me, ado, neso, nasuno, nisi na duminishi, ochi me, bacha, nasu, isa, mesi, yasu. Ochi. Immunologists call that immunization. problem. We're dealing with AIDS today. How come we can't deal with the so-called AIDS virus? Forget about virus. Think about vibrational frequency, because that's what you're dealing with. Not a piece of material, vibration. So much in here. This. Don't have self-understanding or wisdom, you can really be tricked. Being a teacher, I have no time to deal with things that can mislead you. From not only a healing perspective, but from just a general survival and a common sense kind of understanding of things. I hear people saying yes, this and that, and so on, so on, so on, so on, but you must have constructive criticism. If you're going to break through a certain kind of barrier and open that door that's tightly locked and see some light, then you must not be afraid to be able to constructively discuss and see the true thing, the true nature of something. Rope-a-dope is not intelligent. Rope-a-dope is not intelligent. It comes from lack of knowledge. If you're going to make heroes, study heroes. Isematsumi, isapusa. Inasema. Pay respect. This is what we usually do without doing it in a kind of performance situation of this kind of nature. But I think maybe it's a special day. Because there is a place in the community where you can express yourself and do certain things that maybe is uncensored, and so on and so on and so on and so on. And also because I think it's a big energy day. It's a big energy day. So, it happens to be John Retusi Branch's birthday today. So I think we should, give him a little bit of a clap or something. Because his birthday has allowed him to make this place possible. I don't mean. Abdul Karim. Khalid Sharif Il. That's the chisel. Wendell Orr. Hugh Glover. Brandon Bay. Well, you know, since the last few weeks, as the media has been trying to tell you, it's never told me this, it's news to me, trying to give all people over 40 some hope, of course, George Foreman. Foreman's got to give himself some hope. I'm not trying to be that to be, you know, facetious, but Foreman has to give himself hope. That's his duty. ain't Luke Young, but he's shaking hands with George Foreman. Everybody else is close, but it's always good. See, they call him Hollyfield. I like to call him Holyfield. Holyfield. He gave George Foreman some hope. Gave him maybe something to work for. In case he's fighting a young man. Well, we have our young man too, who's younger than Holyfield, who gives us fits. It's very obvious the rest is in between. I don't want you to think you came to see a fight tonight, because you didn't see a fight. This is the way we build up ourselves. Not so much physically, psychologically, spiritually. They have been with me a little while now. These two. They are acupuncturists. I've trained them. Everybody else, students now. So when we touch, we're not just touching any place. You're not touching any place. Must have a great ability to observe. When you are in somebody's spiritual area, some people call it aura, the body has a tendency to go out of balance. Some people say that it is positive for the arrow to point in a way that body is trying to bring itself back into balance. Some people may call it homeostasis. When I'm at this point, the problem with the AIDS is slick. It really knows how to fight. So if you're in the laboratory, you're trying to deal with the AIDS is being slicking all over, you jumping around. You ain't never get him. He can see you coming. So we're talking about vibration. Forget about that material thing. That's the problem. And it's very tricky. It's just to understand how spirit moves. So, if I want him to do a handstand, I can direct his energy that way. I can invert up. And take him straight on over. Take him straight on over. Take it on out. Take it on out. Take it on out. I smooth. So if you want to know about Osayin, one leg, some scholars say one leg, Osayin has. Forget about it. No, one leg. One leg in the mind. But this leg is here. So if I want to go back,
So he liked to do shoulder stand. You got to pop on it. Same thing you walk in your hand, your shoulder hand. You got to move. You'll look good, but don't be static. Don't be dead. Don't dream you do it. Don't be dead. Be dynamic. You got to move. Thank you. It's break time, and we'll see you in the second set. Is this on? It's on. I just want to say one thing, because I may not get this chance again. The second set is going to be different. There's something that took place in this country. Some people know, some people don't know. In the 1960s, the so-called, I'll say just for, just for terminology, it was a music movement in this country. And there was three writers. There was more writers, but I'll say three writers. Because these three writers was people who wrote about me and said things about me, especially Mary Baraka, who was one of the main writers who more or less introduced my work to the world. It's 1964. A.B. Spellman was another one. And another brother who now is he was in spirit land, Larry Neal. These were three brothers who was kind of responsible for talking about a type of music that in racist America and in racist Europe termed our music as black revolutionary music, black hate music, you name it. They said we were not musicians and so on 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 and so. But there were some very interesting things taking place. Nat Hentoff, if you don't know Nat Hentoff, he writes for the Village Voice. He has some publications out. He's doing a lot of political right now, but he used to really write about this so-called movement in like black music in the 60s. He said that, he predicted that the musicians who was dealing with this music would ultimately end up teaching in colleges and universities in this country and the world, which his prediction was true. That's what happened. So in the community, people don't know about a certain kind of music that took place. Some about it's avant-garde, it's way out, it's weird, and so on 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 and so. But at the same time, we were being constantly interviewed, constantly sent to certain kind of colleges, in rap sessions at Yale and Harvard and MIT and you name it. A lot of intellectual conversations. People was getting kind of nervous, What are you guys up to, And now people was talking about, well, what's your concept of mathematics? What's your concept of physics? And then sometimes we'd have conversations with people who were mathematicians in physics, and some people would say, what you guys is playing is what we're talking about in quantum mechanics. But at the same time, these critics, these paper critics, are constantly put out, and where it was told to us that there's a national and international plot to squash this type of music because it's a kind of creative, it's a different kind of music. Well, tonight, the second set, we're going to do this. So I hope you be with us. And I want to tell you before time, don't try to pop them fingers in the normal way. Don't try to look for that melody. Don't try to put your seatbelt on. You got to let yourself go. Don't resist. And I'm going to introduce these people again. But there's one person in particular, very interesting, who has been told to me the last few years, and I'd like him to come here right now. We're going to be introduced again. When I say his name, I wish you would come here. They said, you and this person must hook up. Last year, I got a letter from someone, I won't say, but it was out of the country, said the two of you must hook up. European business establishment.
we want to come to the U.S. to record you. And I've heard about this person, and I think the second set will speak, but I'm gonna say it to him. I'm gonna introduce this person before time, and I'm gonna introduce everybody else. Because, you see, we come on this planet and we leave this planet, we read books, and what's happening now has happened before. We talk about this person, this great player and that great player, but there's a lot of people we miss. We don't even know who exists. So I'm gonna give an early introduction, you know, because he's one of the elders. I like Charles Gales to come here, please. Come on. Come on, brother. Come right up here. Right up here. Let me say something. I ain't putting him on the spot because he ain't even paying no attention to me. This brother can burn. I'm going to see the second set. We're going to see the second set with William Parker and Hugh Glover. So have a good rest.
Okay, let's hear it for Onisegun, the high priest, Professor Graves, and the Yara Imba Warrior Association.
My history in this music, I started at a very young age, playing a lot of African-oriented music. And at that time, I don't like to say Latin, I played a lot of cha-chas, merengue, mambo, and so on. I was a temporero, I played conga, bongo, right on down the line into tracks. I played a lot of dance band music. on the weekends. New York City, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Queens. Then it got to a period where I felt as though I wanted to express myself a little bit more. A lot of things I wanted to do, people weren't doing. And then in the 1960s, I got involved with something called free jazz. And there's many different concepts of free jazz. A lot of people in free jazz want to express themselves a little bit more. One of the biggest names, people that we know who wanted to really express themselves, but death took him at an early age so he couldn't further express himself, and that was John Coltrane. Are we familiar, I'm talking to everybody with the band, are we familiar with John Coltrane's album Ascension? You like that? Okay, you know how that took place? What happened on that? Okay, well, I wasn't present, but most of the musicians I knew that performed in it. And they said at the time of that recording, John Coltrane just wants to do something different. You know, I talked to John Coltrane about maybe 2 months before he died, and he said he wasn't happy. You know, musically, he just wanted to do something different. He didn't know what. He just wanted to do something. Are you familiar with Sun Ra? Sun Ra Orchestra. Okay, Sun Ra firmly believed in this, and which other people firmly believe in this, that ascension, the concept of ascensions came from Sun Ra's orchestra. John Coltrane used to be at a lot of our concerts. In little small gigs, you see John Coltrane always there, listening, just taking everything in his head. He knew he wanted to do something different. People told me that when they walked into the recording session, John Coltrane didn't know what was going to happen. They said John Coltrane was down on the floor trying to do something to get everybody organized. And he jotted out something, just a little simple sketch. And if you listen to it, it sounded like he did that. You heard all these individual personalities. What I like to do is try to do some of that right now. We won't have no time to reverse, no charts. We won't have time for that. I'm only here a few seconds. I want you guys to, be a little free up. But keep doing what your teacher tells you to do, because that's important. Perdido is one of the particular tunes that you must know, right? That's a classic, as they would say. How high the moon, all the things you are. There's some of the things the guys got to know, including maybe giant steps, and one of my favorites at Night Tunisia, because the rhythmic element that was involved in that. We just messed that a little bit. So we got a lot of pieces here, and this is what the challenge is. It ain't like no trio, A trio, we can just do it simple, So that means everybody's got to be listening to each other. Really listening to each other. Now, I have my chromatic tuning in. I was a little impressed the same when we took it out. Okay. It's because I'm a person that likes to get in between, what's on the keyboard. I love to get in between there. And that was one of the problems that I never personally talked to McCoy Tynan. But people used to say McCoy Tynan was having a problem with John Coltrane's. When he started to expand the band a little bit, when he had like Rashid Ali and Elvin Jones in there, is that McCoy, once they got past the head, McCoy was trying to find out what to do, but John was not on that keyboard no more. He was in between. He was on the keyboard, he was in the strings, but not on the mechanics of the keys itself. Okay? So he was dealing with so-called microtones sliding in and out. And a lot of guys was doing that in the 60s. By the way, talking about John Coltrane, are we familiar with John Gilmore? With John Gilmore. Somebody said yes? Okay, well, John Gilmore, who passed away maybe last year, John Gilmore was about 87 years old. But very few people knew, other than musicians, that a lot of John's ideas came from John Gilmore, tenor saxophone player. Everybody knew John Gilmore. But he played Sun Ra, so he never really got the publicity like he should have. But if you get a chance, if you seek out some of his records, especially some saxophone playing things, you check out John Gilmore. And John Gilmore used to play. At least sometimes you can hear like 3 different tones going on at one time. He had that thing down. He's very famous. Sometimes he almost woke to 5. I think he's playing 5 notes at one time. So we got to start now. Now how are we going to start? If we just said now, look, some people, like when you guys was warming up, I heard something. That almost sounded like you was getting to a point. But you was too much maybe into yourself warming up. But if you can get that same kind of looseness and freedom and relate to each other, then maybe we're on a path. The main thing we want to try to do now is Express yourself. How many people here want to express themselves? A lot of us want to express themselves. I heard the brothers over there, I can tell, they want to let go. You guys want to cut loose, okay? Let's play something. Play something. Like what? Okay. That's what you go tell me, like what? That's what I want you to do, like what? All right? That's the name of the tune, like what? Okay? We're going to call it like what? Think, right at this moment, you must be hearing something. Okay. You say this. 1967, I played at the Newport Jazz Festival, Newport, Rhode Island. And I was with a quintet called the Albert Island Quintet. Are we familiar with Albert Island? Okay. I think I'm going to put this on for a second here. Let me put this on. First, you excerpt something. Come on, keep going now. Stop. ideas when we do it in the street, you know? I mean, every time it's different. You got to hear somebody, you get inspired from somebody, and it's the language, you know, the vocal language that you have to use. That's what happens. All of the great players that I know, a lot of players, they were singing and stuff. They singing their thing. I had a tape, I forgot to bring it, but it was on, it came off radio, it was Ben Webster conducting the orchestra. It was very interesting. Because all he used was the voice. He was just singing the parts out and correcting everybody trying to bend, you know, bend a little bit. And a lot of people do that. See, in 1967, like I didn't finish, but in Newport, for 2 hours, I watched Thelonious Monk before he hit the keyboard. He was just dancing around the stage doing his little step, and Monk was just singing. And he just, you know, shuffled his way out to the piano, and when he was singing, it came right down to the keyboard. So he never got there just dry, just there. So you got to be singing all the time. I used to do it all the time. We used to be humming. All day. All day. When he came there, it just came right out the horn. See, so we can't forget that speech like that goes back to the history. When jazz, you know, originally started as an improvised, spontaneous music. You see. Then we went to a lot of the academics. So I still think you should keep, I don't want to think they're going to just do free jazz when I leave here, you know what I'm saying? Don't let me talk about, you know, free jazz, you know. But today you got to be well-rounded. And I particularly like, you know, the free thing, because I like to just totally express if something comes to my mind, I have that kind of emotion, I want to let it go. You see, that's just a personal thing. But I thought I'd come down and maybe give you just a little bit of experience. Okay, just hold on 1 second because I want to do something because that blues you started, but I like to maybe just do a little blues thing. So let's make it free, but I want to do something to get rid of things first. This is a rhythm, and it's from Sudan, but it's very interesting because they always try to, some people say, well, they debate about the connection between like the music of Africa, West Africa, and jazz. But there's a particular rhythm that they do in Sudan that's very nice. And it is a 12-measure thing, okay? Maybe we can get to it. If we can't, let's not worry about it, okay? But the basic, you sit there, the basic thing goes like, you know? Got 12 of them there now. You know 12/8 pattern? Some people call it 6/8, which is incorrect. The idea is to play the ride. we know how to notes? Yeah. Let's do it then. But we gonna grunt to that. Let's go play. La 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 la. No, we don't want to play that clean. We don't want to look that clean. We don't want to have our neck sides going and our things all buttoned up, right? We want to have one shirt hanging out this way and one this way, right? One button wrong. So we're going to be bent and twisted in here, right? Okay? Hey, Lord, hey. Afro blues. Or blues. Okay? Huh? Yeah, that's what we're going to do. That's what it is. We ain't doing but playing blues. What do you think Mama was thinking about? Mama was thinking about some blues there. Okay? So, now. So what do you play that in? You play that in? What do you play? No, I'm talking about time. You play that in 3/4? Okay? 4/4? Okay? You're playing triplets in there. Okay? Because the rhythm on that there, it's 8 no triplets. So it's 4/4, 8 no triplets. So some people just say 12/8 or 6/8. They get screwed up because they say 6/8. A lot of people say 3/4. I haven't counted that. When they say 6/8, they think they're playing 3/4. But usually, when they play that rhythm, they're only counting one measure of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The thing is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Okay? So it's incorrect technically to call it 6/8. It's 12/8. You see? All right, so what we need to do is start here first. Okay, let's start with the percussion first so we do this groove. Okay? Then we work our way in. Okay? Huh? What key you want to play then? I mean, I want you guys to take charge of that. I don't want any talk about it. You guys do that. Yeah. But when they did do that and they came back in, we said, you don't sound too good. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. You only sing the wrong note. Listen now, you only sing the wrong note, or you only play the wrong note if you're not playing what's asked of you. You gotta remember, you gotta hear what I'm saying. If you're basing anything off of a piano keyboard, which you call an equal temperate scale or diatonic scale, which you have some supposedly precise notes. If you don't play those notes within those 12 notes, or those 8 notes that they have, if you don't play those notes, a lot of people say you're playing the wrong note. But compared to what sound is, that's incorrect. Because some people play beyond 12 notes. You go to some cultures in the world, they will play 8 notes, but they tune it a little different. Everything is not based off notes that's tuned according to what they do in Western culture. This is what you have to remember. That's like saying everybody else in the world say it's incorrect. Somebody told me that some of the steel pan players from Trinidad was going to organize themselves to try to tune those notes to piano notes, but that's not the reasonable way those guys hear those sounds. If you go to China, you're not going to hear the way they sing Chinese songs. The way they sing Chinese songs, play Chinese songs, you're not going to play it exactly like you play it on the piano. You have no right to say that they're playing the wrong note. That's not a note that's in your culture. Well, some people decide to listen to cultures and be inspired from all. 22 notes. And in some of the old cultures, an octave was divided into 53 tones. So that means you're hearing in between the semitone. You can take in between the semitones, for example, if you take a C and go to C just sharp, you can take that and squeeze in 5 tones in between it. And you can do that. You see? You can do that. Now I'm going to play a little tape for you.
Y'all know about them semitones when y'all playing out of tune.
They be doing it, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
They didn't realize.
You don't realize it. If you want to realize it, if you really realize what you're doing here, well, you got to get yourself one of these chromatic tuners and look, to the point. How many 50 cents sharp, 150 cents flat? You're off. You see? You put this on here. You see that right there? Gives you the note right here, right? You tell me I'm sharp this much, sharp that much. You can bring it down, you can bring it down. Teachers know what to do. Go ahead with the flip. See? And it's very interesting because I travel across the world and you have somebody sing something, you see, oh, so you're singing 20 cents flat than what that person was singing. Or they're 5 cents sharp. You see? But the blues, the old blues would never be right in that green spot. They would never hit that green spot. They would never be tempered like that. You'd be a little sharp, a little flat. But you know something? That's what added all that old hot pepper to it, that sauce. You know, eat some rice. Everybody eat rice? Eat some regular old plain rice. How that taste? Well, you eat old plain rice, you maybe eat right that green all the time. Right on it. But you want to spice it up and add a little bit of this in, then jumping over to the left or to the right. See, that's what's going to get you some more feeling to it. You see? You have to remember that. But however, that one that hits the green, that equal temper, that's part of it too. I'm not saying don't do that. But you want to learn how to bend and get in there. You see? So that's how a lot of this music came about. When somebody was feelings, they felt that. You see? Now, I'll tell you what, before I play something, I want to do one thing here. Since the tradition I come from, the drummer, as Secretary said, in the back. Okay? I have my bands, my drums are never back there. I don't want to say that Mr. Teacher ain't got your drummers there. So we set up nothing. But when I play, my drums are right up here, ahead of everybody else. Because I don't come from the school where the drummer is miscellaneous or a noise-making instrument unless you play timpani or something. The school I come from, you got to hear melody and sound when you play the drum. That's a whole different thing. That's from the whole tradition of African drumming that came over here. A lot of people forgot. They have forgotten about it. The drum was very important. You know what I mean? You just wasn't no time people. You had to know tone. So you would be able to play melodies on the drum. All right, so I'm going to start with the drums up here, percussion, and let's see what we can do. And jazz is not the best thing. I like music. Not just jazz. I like music. Okay, now, where's my man that plays out of tempo? Right here? But this is probably going to be my buddy, because he's probably doing some deep stuff. Nobody's paying attention. Okay. Oh, so we don't have a trap drum set here, huh? Okay. Who's over here? You over there. You got some sticks? All right. You know, a lot of times when you hear the jazz drummers play, they be on the cymbal here, and they put this in funk too. Okay? Any melon? Oh, we don't have no extra one here. You can do it many different ways. don't want you to sound like you're running scales or anything. I'm playing in the move time. See, bend, twist, and turn. Okay? See, you got to get in between now. That's what I'm saying. You got to get in between the symbols on here. This is what we got to do. That's how you're going to bend and you got to twist it. You got to flatten it over a little bit, sharpen it. Hit exact and then sharpen it and flatten it just a little bit. That's how you start to twist it and you make it really fine. See? Let's try it again. Let's try it again. Could be, but I'm going to assume that nobody in this room, except for a few of us, was born in the 1960s. Okay? So you may not know what that period is about. You may have read about that period. But that was a time in this country when there was a lot of disagreement on what was going on. So there was a lot of people who were saying, look, we want change. We don't want to do it this way no more or that way. And there was not a very large amount of musicians, but there was a decent amount of musicians, so-called jazz musicians, who said, look, we're tired of the old way of doing things. There was a movement that caused a lot of controversy, and that was in the 40s. And a lot of this music was done in a place called Minton's up in Harlem. Now what kind of music am I talking about? What was it labeled as? Huh? What do they call it? Jazz. What do they call this kind of jazz in the 40s up in Harlem? Huh? Bebop. Bebop. They call it bebop. And who was one of the main people up there playing bebop? Who? Charlie Parker, Dizzy Gillespie. And what did they wear? What did Dizzy Gillespie wear? He had them sunglasses on that can. These guys was rebelling about it. They wanted some change. Okay? So a lot of people was playing tunes. Now, some people said, well, I don't want to play tunes no more. Standards, I should say tunes. Standards. Why? Why did they say that? Why do they want to play standards no more? They wanted greater, what? Freedom. They wanted more freedom. Because some of them standards didn't allow them to do so. The jazz guys, all these classical guys, they couldn't get this stuff. It was going into like take 50. Belafonte said, that's it. Everybody gets paid. This is canceled. There was no date. The record never came out. But we got paid for it. But from a musical point, everybody's a little depressed. And that's an insult to the musicians. An embarrassment. Belafonte's got all those entourage there. Everybody's there. Everybody's there looking at this thing. Then a few guys come up and say, well, man, let's just play, man. Let's put something together. We can improvise some calypso. And everybody said, improvise what? I don't know how to improvise. I can't hear you in this here. I've been on a few things like that. When the music runs out, I've been on gigs where I've rehearsed 3 tunes. 3 tunes. We got that down. And them 3 tunes went over, and the people looking for what they said. And the guy said, look, I'm going to rehearse 3 tunes. What are we going to do? Nobody can feel each other. The gig's over. So I'm saying improvisation is extremely important for my
side for freestyle. Is it more producing the combo, quartet, maybe trio?
No, that thing varies because we had an orchestra. We didn't really have an orchestra, but in 1973, we had an organization called the New York Musicians. It was organized to really not be controlled by George Wing when he came to New York with the Newport. And we had about 500 musicians would get together. And I don't have a tape of that, but that was tremendous to hear that because we went up there with about 30 musicians. Everybody came in, but every musician up there was very good. And the guys went up there and they really listened to each other. So those things can go, and I've been in ones like that. People come together tremendously larger than this. It can come down to, say, 7 pieces, you know, it can come down to 4 pieces, 3 people, or whatever else. So the size is different, but as I said, taking on a whole new role. No more just timekeeping. So now the drummers are really melodic. You know, I mean, you got to play now like you just another block instrument. And there's just not no time. And it's the tradition that I come from, and that is coming from a lot of like African drumming. The drummer is extremely low. You don't get up there. Your role is important. So you guys are just sensitive. You know what I mean? You ever started yet? Let's start the baseline. Just let it go for a second so we can get slowly add. Now, you just do it. I'm gonna just. Okay, fine. Keep going. One touch. 12 right here. Okay? Yeah. Stay right. Don't go too far. That's the basic thing. Slide it. You can play it around. Okay? Just be free down here. Bounce off of that. Okay. All you gotta do is catch this. Come in with that line. Come in with your line. Now, you want to start inserting in between to get your own personality. And it is permissible after you play that there to insert in between before we come back. You see what I mean? The wow and the ooh. You see, you got to remember when the music was done, you see, there's always players on the side that will be singing. You know what I mean? So go ahead, start that again and do that. And I'm going to be like a guy on the side. Go ahead. And I'm getting inspired by what you're doing. So go ahead. You do it your way, but I'm just going to do it. Go ahead. Check, 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 check. Well, you don't be too continuous. You see, then you really free it up. Because that tune, you can really free it up. Then you guys can be picking off and inserting off of a tang, kong, dang, ding, 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 chop, 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 chop. We can get, you know what I mean? So we can take the rhythm thing. All right, tone thing is okay. You know what I mean? And get the rhythm thing and we mix it up like that and get them layers. All right? So let's try you first to get the drum guy straight.
Let's do like, okay, for himself?
No, just one person straight. Let me hear him first.
Okay, okay.
Let me get him straight, then we can get all this there, okay? Yeah, you're gonna hit the whole tune again. don't have to do that, but do something. Put your pluses in there. Let's grunt and growl, you know? All right, let's just see what happens. Hold it, hold on. You familiar with the cluster techniques that a lot of the guys use when they play like free jazz? When they're trying to, huh?
Like Ornette Coleman.
Yeah, but it's just like what Cecil does. Cecil Taylor and Don Pullen. Well, Don Pullen had a little different. I like to just, because me and Don worked so long together, so I know all the cluster stuff he was doing. You see, but the whole guy, the whole runs is like this. That's that moment when it just get like that there. See, so if you cluster it up and get that fill in that. Okay, let's just try that based off of, you see, and if you can play in between, okay, you have, okay, in between, you know, squeeze everything in between F and B, okay? You got everything right up in here, all right? Tell me right? Okay. When you do that kind of roar like that, yeah, then it's like, just like, pop! It's a sound, like, pop! Start that. Then you come back here, okay? Let's try that.
1, 2, 3, 4. So we can free it. This is the kind of tune it is. We don't have to just be locked in there a little bit. What I was saying before, just to get the groove. Then after a while, break it up, man. Break it up. Yeah, break it up. Don't make it sound so metric. You know what I mean? Just loosen it up. Okay? Let's try that. You don't have to start from the floor. The raw. But just try it where he can just break it up a little bit. So you can just free yourself just up just a little bit. All right, let's try that. See what sounds. 1, 2, 3, 4.
You know what I'm saying? That's why that quartet worked. Because Elmer laid down a kind of foundation, because Elmer laid that freedom out, you see, and it broke it up for John to do what he wanted to do. Until John got tired of it. A lot of people don't know John got tired of Elmer after a certain point. That's why he got Rashid Ali. You know, that's pretty well known, because he got tired of triplets. He got tired of Elmer's triplets all the time. He got more than, he got too tiresome after a while. You know, I mean, triplets are beautiful as Elmer doing, but after a while, after 5, 6 years, you get tired of it, man. He wanted a little more spacing out of what was going on. So he said, you know, he had to make a change. You see. So John was smart in that sense. He had to get a drummer, man, that was going to land. John can do what he wanted to do. So we know what I'm talking about. Your role is important. Your role is important. It's extremely important. You see. When Miles made a big change, when he had Tony Williams in it, gave a new dimension to play. So the drum is important. Even though that's an instrument I play, I'm not saying because of my instrument. I just realized that. According to the bands you play, the type of music, them drums are important, man, because it makes a total difference. It's going to make everybody else do what they have to do. You see. It's important for you to give him a rhythm, get him a rhythm, get him a rhythm, get him a rhythm, something to play off. So it's not saying you got to be overly busy, but you just want to just try to make sure that everybody got something to play off, so you got the laid rhythms going on, you know, the whole polymetric and polyrhythmic kind of scheme going on. Also, again, as being a drummer, what I think helps an ensemble out is, I think it's getting a little outdated, but everybody realizes, man. It's a continuous sock thing going on now. You know, we don't want to deal. That was one thing that Tony did that he even had to make a change on, but he's supposed to make a change. Keep that chick, 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 chick going on. After a while, that got to be something. You know, so it's to break that up between the two. If you're playing a tune like this here, you got to dance with the feet. You know, you got to dance with it, man. And that's what you're doing. Just dance with it below, and it will work. You see. So you can space it out a little bit. You see. And so you don't want the metric thing, man, to make that confinement. A lot of people like that. They like a steady rhythm. They don't want no deviation. You know what I mean? And that's it. But sometimes you're going to be ready and capable of making that kind of change like that. And the most undeveloped thing in jazz is the rhythm. The rhythm is the most undeveloped thing in jazz. Harmonic thing, they got that down the harmonic game, but it's the rhythm thing. You know what Dizzy Gillespie used to say about drummers, right? They can't play their bass drum. They don't know how to play their bass drum. Now, the famous thing is this, they can't play their bass drum. And so you know what Diz did, right? Diz went over there and looked across the water to Cuba. Give them Afro-Cuban rhythm, man. And put them in there. And wasn't right? Diz would have them two coons up there sometimes. If Diz started playing that stuff, this one, he knew that rhythm was important. I was listening to radio about a week or 2 weeks ago. And what's the guy you said just passed? We was talking about him. Older guy, man.
What instrument?
Was it trumpet? No, it wasn't trumpet. It could have been trumpet. Was it trumpet? I don't remember, man. But he said something about Diz that was interesting. The guy on radio was in New York City. He asked him, man, how come, man, of all the guys that they copy, man, how ain't nobody copy Dizzy Gillespie? He said, because he's too difficult to copy. They said, why is he difficult? Because of the rhythm. He said, Diz got the rhythm. A lot of guys can't copy his rhythm, man. Because all you're going to do is play a lot of quarter notes, whole notes, you know what I mean? Half notes, the way they got it. But you ain't breaking that stuff up with all that syncopation, dropping and coming here. That makes it a little more difficult. So jazz needs some improvement. It needs it in the rhythm area, man. Needs it in the rhythm area. Keep making the same old runs like that. You got to drop it, space it out. You see? And that's what I think a lot of people are talking about now. So everybody's looking to combine all different kind of concepts of rhythm now. They're trying to take it from all over, you see, to make a major change. And that'll make the difference, man. That'll make your group sound different from somebody else. So if you play Afro blues, somebody else can play Afro blues different. And remember, every group will sound different. There's no rule that you got to play it like it's written down, man. That's only to give you the idea. Then you got to put your personality in there, man. That makes it a total difference. They got rules now. I don't know where these rules came from, man. But where these rules come from, man? It was never like that before. I see the rules now. It's terrible, man.
Second time this evening, we'd like to welcome Milford Graves again. Now, Milford, while I was going around the room fielding questions, because we're not going to open up the room for questions, I just took some questions from people, and one of the questions that came up was, why solo drums? You know, people want to know why did you come by yourself as opposed to coming with a group? Good question.
Okay. Why solo period?
Why solo period?
I think it started in 1965. Whitney Balliet from the New Yorker magazine. And he was one of them. And people used to keep going around saying that he's a one-man band, he don't need a band. So I kept hearing this stuff. And all of a sudden, I guess promoters started picking up on this. So people asked me to start doing solos. So again, you know, just don't get the opportunity to come in this kind of setting. You know, if I performed in Brooklyn before, it was, well, you know, a long time ago, when it was on, what was it, 10 Claver Place in the East had this thing, we used to come down there, do a few things down there, you know, do street festivals and stuff, you know. But that's been a long time ago.
Yeah.
Was that the 60s or something?
Yeah. It was about 1975, actually.
Yeah. I was in the 60s. Yeah, in the 60s, you know.
Pioneer.
And so, you know, I'll be doing these drum solos all over. I haven't done it in here, so I figured I'd just come down here and do that.
The other question that I got was about the color of your drums. You know, why are they colored like that?
Oh, I just do it, man. I don't know. I go color crazy.
Painting all that stuff.
Yeah, I go color, man. I got the most conspicuous house on the block. Maybe in South Jamaica, you know, the Daily News, where they came back there about 2 months ago, the lady said she almost had an accident, so they came back there and put me in the Daily News in the real estate section, you know, so I got, everybody's coming past and looking at this house. First, I didn't know what was going to happen. My wife was probably more panicked than I was, because I had everything. I threw everything up there, you know, so I guess I just do that, man, you know, multicolor stuff, you know. Yes, something about that, you know. It looks good too. That's part of the thing, you know?
Questions I have are about the group that you were part of, the New York Art Quartet in the 1960s. That
Right.
group with John Chakai, Roswell Rudd. Who else was in the group?
And the original was Louis Farrell, but,
Louis Farrell.
but then Reggie Workman replaced him. He's the bass player now.
Mhm.
You know, he wasn't the original bass player, but he's the one now.
That group recorded on ESP and with Amir Baraka actually reading a very, very,
Yeah.
very powerful poem.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Uh,
How did that group get together?
Actually, that group was already formed before I got there.
Mm-hmm.
And again, Giuseppe Logan, he met Roswell Rudd,
Mm-hmm.
and they invited him to a rehearsal downtown. So Giuseppe took me there, and J.C. Moses was the drummer.
Right.
J.C. Moses hated me for this, for coming to the rehearsal. So it's after Giuseppe said, let him sit in, and I sat in, man, and after J.C. was looking at me, man, and then J.C. left before I did, him and Don Moore, the bass player. And Don Moore told Giuseppe, he don't know what he's doing, man, he's just playing anything. And so, because Don had a time keeping up with me.
Right.
And then Roswell and John Chica smiled at me and said, hey man, you want to be the new drummer? And JC hated me for that. JC used to come to all the gigs I played at, you know?
Right.
And he would sit in front of my drums. And I remember one time at the, up over, when they had that loft on 4th Avenue, we used to do all the concerts. Actually, Baraka at the time was producing those.
Yeah, 27 Cooper Square. Is that?
That's where he was living.
Okay,
Yeah,
right.
he lived there. He used to live there. But this was over top the Orientala bookshop.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah, around 9th Street.
Okay.
And man, we had the weekend things, man. And JC came one time and sat in front of my drums. And man, you know, he was making fun and laughing and man, and so I was cool for about 15 minutes. And you know what I did? I beat him off the floor with my bass drum. I beat him off the floor. I beat him so bad with that bass drum until he started digging me. I took the anger out of it, man. Everybody was laughing. I'll never forget that night, man. So that was the start with the New York Art Quartet.
And you just had an anniversary, a 30-year anniversary, was it?
They call it 35 years.
35 years, okay.
Yeah, maybe 35, yeah.
And then Reggie Workman was playing bass.
Yeah, Reggie.
And who else was John Chikai still?
John Chikai and Roswell, and now it's no more New York Art Quartet. It's the quintet now because Baraka's in there now.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's in there. He got renewed now. He got a new life now.
Right. The Albert Ayler. Let's talk something about Albert Ayler. I heard you play with Albert Ayler at Slugs.
Right.
That band with you and Don and I don't remember who else
Alan
was in the
Silver.
band. Alan Silver, fantastic. But maybe people don't know who Albert Ayler is, so give us some background about Albert Ayler and your relationship with him.
Well, first of all, before I forget, I think something should be clarified. There was a rumor that when they found him, was it East River, right?
East River,
East
yeah.
River, floating East River, that he had a bullet in the back of his head. So somebody put that out. I know who put it out, but I'm gonna say somebody now, because he ain't with us now. He may be traveling to Mars and Venus, But I ain't gonna say put it out. I don't think too many of us from the past would be traveling into space. So if you know who I'm talking about, you know who I'm talking about. But something rumor, yeah, Saturn too. He be up in Saturn, So I think supposedly he put that out, but I had the opportunity to another friend to see the supposed to be the official coroner's report from the New York State of New York, City of New York, and there was no mention of any bullet holes or nothing. They said there was no marks or anything, death by drowning. So this question usually comes up, and I think what's the Mustafa?
Mustafa Abdul Rahim.
He was from
Right,
they
from Cleveland, yeah.
Cleveland.
Right.
And they were all from Cleveland together, him and Albert. And he asked me something a long time ago, and I said, well, I thought Albert died. And he said, I think so too.
personally, I think Albert just jumped off that dock. You know, I think Albert just jumped off that dock. That's my personal feelings. And that's from going to Albert's house a lot, and just hanging around, you know, riding subways with him and so on and so on. I think Albert just went out there one day. Albert had that, you know. Albert, you know, you went up to his house. If you didn't like the incense of the smell of incense in your clothes, don't go to his house. You don't go to his house. I mean, you thought it was on fire. He burned so much incense in that house, and he sit there and he just be looking at the walls, looking out the window, you know. And then you'd be walking with him, he'd just be humming, singing, humming all the time, humming. And then, you know, the pressure was on him in the end, you know. Because he had signed that contract with Impulse Records. And that's when they wanted him to hook up with the Beatles and shoot one of those groups. And they was dictating to him. In the end, so he did some things I thought that he didn't like, you know, such as, I know I was cut loose. His brother was even cut loose. I think he was being dictated to, you know, and I think he realized he had signed a 5-year contract with Impulse and he wanted out of there. I think he just got depressed, man, and went over.
You did that recording with him, though, with Cal Cobb's.
Right.
What is that album called?
Love Cry.
Yeah.
Right. But Albert, I have never heard a horn player as powerful as Albert. I have never heard anybody like that guy. The Isla brothers, even his brother on trumpet.
Amazing.
Big sound. These guys had some big sounds, but they had a very different kind of anatomy.
Yeah.
I don't know if you noticed that.
No, what do you mean by that?
I'm going to exaggerate a little bit to show you what I mean. This guy's trunk right here, his trunk was this big and his legs was like that.
So
they had unusual big hair.
Right.
So they was like getting some air that people usually couldn't get. I mean, their lungs must have been like this. Both of those guys. And that's why they was like that. You know, I don't know if you noticed that. Oh man, when he played it, blow like this here, a little short guy, a little tiny, little, you know, short legs, man. It was odd, man. But that guy can go there. I mean, you know, Albert, you would hear Albert, you know. I seen him, and I felt sorry for Pharoah Saunders. I seen Pharoah and Albert up at the Renaissance. We had one of them big nights up at the Renaissance in the 60s, one of them political nights, you know, trying to get some money. It could have been for Max Stanford at the time, you know. We were all up there, and Albert came up to me, and that's when I had a group up there, you know. And Albert said, "Hey man, can I sit in with you?" I said, "No man, no, not tonight." I said, "I'm gonna save. I'm gonna let my horn players get some play." He went and asked Pharoah. Pharoah nice and said, "Yeah." I know everybody was upset at Albert that night. A lot of people liked the Pharoah, you know, and they was upset, man. Whew, all you see was Pharoah's fingers moving. Man, Albert just swallowed him up, man.
It's truly amazing. I had the same experience with Don at Eric Brown's house, as a matter of fact.
Oh, yeah.
You know, but I mean, you know, I picked up my horn and I couldn't hear myself play.
Right.
All I heard was Don Island.
Oh,
I
yeah,
hadn't even practiced for a month. It was really amazing.
Right.
You know, they had that sound. I never really thought about that in terms of the physical structure.
Oh yeah, no, they were different. They were different. And but both were very sensitive.
Yeah.
Very sensitive, you know. So you can easily touch on that spot, boom, they can go out, man. You know.
Yeah.
And but I saw a picture of Albert when he was in the Army. Eva Harris had it. No, Louis Farrell had it. So basically, they was all in the Army together. They were in the Army, and he was a honky-tonk player. Hair all slicked back, comped up, you know. He looked strange, you know. Big pants, you know. Yeah. So that story about Albert couldn't play no honky-tonk, I don't know where they got that from. But Albert, I was living on New Locks Avenue in East New York. New Locks in Alabama at this time. And Albert came into my house. And Albert looked around my ceiling, looked around. He says, "You got a rag?" I said, "Yeah, I got a rag, man." He took the rag and stuffed it in his horn. I said, "What you doing that for, man?" He says, "I'm gonna crack the ceiling, man." I'll never forget that. He was right on. I mean, Albert knew about himself. He knew he was powerful. You know? Them old buildings in East New York, man. I said, "Yeah, man.
I think that roof would have came down, man. That bag did a little bit, but it didn't help out. You know, it was all right, man. But I seen him at the old dome. They used to call, was it, you know, the dome in St. Marketplace. Yeah, man. I seen Albert in 1965, and they had about over 20 pieces. I mean, about 15 to 20 pieces, man. And Albert had an alto, man. And all you hear is that alto. He was blowing everybody out, man. You know, but that was good for me. You know why? Because that slugs. I got to go ahead, man.
Yeah.
I wasn't worried about nobody turning around and saying, "Hey, man, you playing too strong, too loud." Albert, I didn't care what Albert, man. Albert. Yeah.
Absolutely. Were you involved in the Jazz Composers Guild and the what they call the October Revolution?
Yeah, I was in October Revolution, and I didn't get involved in no guild because I knew what that was going to be about.
Okay.
Too many personalities, and it didn't last. Because the originators quit.
Right.
Right?
Right, sure.
And Carla Blay and Mike Mantle took it over.
Right.
You know.
It became the JCOA.
Yeah, because Bill Dixon actually put that to get started.
Absolutely, right.
You know.
Right.
So
We've
he
had
walked
Bill
out,
Dixon
yeah.
talking about that, right?
Yeah, he walked out. Yeah.
Now, the other question that was asked in the audience is we had Rashid Ali here last night.
Right.
We had Andrew Cyril here last week, and
Oh,
both
yeah?
of them, both of them have been involved in duo situations.
Right.
And I know that you all were involved in this thing called Dialogue of the Drums. How did that get started?
Well, that was Andrew and myself,
Okay.
and then we had a trio, Rashid, Andrew, and myself.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Rashid was never involved in it?
We had dialogues, but we made that record together, Andrew and myself. We did dialogue with the drums.
Right. And you also had another drummer. You had Don Moyer was involved in that as well?
Yeah, but that was a record we made with Kenny Clark,
Okay.
Don Mounier, Andrew, and myself.
Did that come out of the Dialogue of the Drums? Or?
No, Andrew actually put that together. Andrew always thinking of something to put together. He always comes up with something to put together.
Right, right. Yeah. So has that affected your desire to work in a solo situation at all? I know you said you've never been here before and you wanted to come and present, your drums in a different way. But the fact that all of these musicians also work in this duo or solo situation is a very interesting thing. I mean, is that influence? Is that a part of the influence from that Dialogue of the Drums?
Not necessarily,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
How did you all come together? What besides Andrew's? It was just Andrew talking to you. And saying,
Yeah, he called me up.
Yeah,
He called me up
Right.
when it's right.
I hear you. You're teaching now at Bennington College,
Right,
in Vermont.
right.
How long have you been teaching there?
28 years.
28 years. Right.
Yeah.
Is that work that you enjoy doing?
Well, I do what I do.
That's a very interesting answer.
So, I mean, you want to be serious about what you do. You got to be serious about how you're going to pay your bills.
Right. Right.
See? And I just don't want to be doing a gig to do a gig. You know.
Right.
So I make sure I do what I do, and in other words, I can take care of all my financial necessities. But I like to do what I do to make the money to be able to pay the bills.
Right.
So Bennington offered me something that no one else has offered me.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you pick your days when you want to be here.
Mm-hmm.
So I said 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
Right.
and I make my course. No one tells me what to do. So I do what I do.
Yeah. So it works for you.
So I'm basically there. You know, we have a good schedule. We're there 3 months, we out 3, we're there 3, we out 3. But they take care of you for 12 months. So I'm not going no place.
How do young people respond to you?
Huh?
How do young people respond to you?
Good. Yeah. Yeah.
Excellent.
That's the idea I'm saying. Actually, I had Reggie working up there. I got him something. Had him there for a term.
But you know, Reggie's obligated to the new school, so we couldn't keep Reggie there.
Right.
And I had Charles Gales there for about 3 years. You know, it's something people want to do, you know. So I try to bring people in if there's positions open.
Right. Now, your observation about Don Isla and Albert Isla and their physical makeup has to do, obviously, with your delving into medicine. Could you speak about that, you know, your background in medicine?
Well, I deal with herbs. Well, I'm an herbalist, herbologist. I just deal with the herbs, you know. I'm an acupuncturist.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and I'm an acupuncturist from the way it was actually taught, the way it's supposed to be taught today. They have schools set up, and you go and pay big money for 2-3 years. You come out with a diploma, but you don't know nothing. I was talking to somebody, and I mean, what they were saying is like, and these are like kind of inside people. It's like the system, the AMA and other folks, they love these kind of acupuncture schools that we set up now. It's because the way you knock yourself out is you turn out people don't know what they're doing. So you endorse in the meantime, they're paying the city a whole bunch of money to keep them doing their licenses and everything. So it becomes a money base. So instead of keeping it underground and, you know, and like, whereas the public really starts to get turned on. So they set up these schools and they sanction these schools, you know, they give them a license to be able to teach people. And I'm in contact with a lot of people who you know, either students or people who just know the inside of what's happening. And without naming the schools, there ain't so many around in the city, but this is the biggest rap. They're coming out of there and they really don't know too much, you know. So, and they got people thinking like, well, do you have a license? Let me tell you something. Probably some of the better people don't have licenses, I'm telling you. And there's many reasons for that. You know, license don't mean nothing. You know that.
So what are we going to hear this next set in terms of?
I don't know. I'm going to figure that out in a few seconds here. It's all spontaneous and improvised.
Okay.
You know?
So.
And, I just believe in, you know, being spontaneous. You know, right on that saying, you know, just let it come. You know, that's just, I think we're too cloned and too fixed. We got another kind of way we have to think. We can't be thinking that old way. Think things have exhausted itself. We have some major problems out here. And, you know, until you start thinking different, you know what I mean? We don't have a problem, you know. I mean, we really got ourselves locked in. So, you can't, you know, you just gotta go out there and do it.
Right.
But, I'll figure it out.
Okay.
I don't know how many years ago it was, but there's a group that came here from Nigeria that performed at Mama's Cafe, I think, third.
Mama, Fourth Street?
Yeah, fourth. It was a group, Duro Latipo, that was from, remember Duro Latipo?
Yeah.
He came and performed there, and I remember I was sitting with Baba Shangi, and we were sitting together, and we was checking the group out. And then they was doing this so-called opera on Shango. And it was time for the drummers to do their thing. And the drummers put on their own thing. Someone put down the drums, put down the batas, put down the doom-doom drums, the evenings they was playing. And they got to start doing some movements, and they was playing. Drummers was playing. Each drummer put down and do his thing. And I remember Baba saying something about some people. What kind of dance are they doing? Blah blah blah. I said it's very interesting.
people don't, they gotta really see the real thing. This is another thing I noticed in Festac when I seen people just jamming. I saw some movements. I said, see, this is it. You see, you really see some stuff. And it's not nothing I couldn't figure out, but I said, I was glad to see it because you reinforce something, you know. And it's probably 1985. I was in Japan. And I got to be very good friends with this Japanese martial artist who is considered as the most respected and authoritative, at least through mainland China, a teacher of Chinese martial arts in Japan. He's Japanese, but he teaches all the internal styles of Chinese martial arts. After my performance, he came behind the stage, and through a translation, he was telling this guy, he was showing me all these punches. You know, he was up that so. And he said, to tell him that he does every punch there is to do with Chinese martial arts, and every kick, because he was watching my hands move. So I looked at this tape over and over and over. I said, what did this guy see? And the thing about it, he came back, and he showed me this step. He wants to show me how he can move. And you know what he did, right? He did James Brown did the split. He said, best movement. I said, this is heavy duty, man, you know. But it was a kind of relationship that took place. So about maybe 15 years ago, this guy brought two drummers from Ghana to my house. And they were introduced as, drummers from the royal family. So we started talking. The subject matter was talking drum. And I said, there's a lot of ways you can play that talking drum. If I'm using my elbows and all this stuff, not to be fancy, I gotta get some sound. With this instrument. I just can't hit it, let the stick bounce off. That's when it becomes a noise element. So you gotta do techniques that people say is improper. If you take the system of drumming in Ghana, whereas you got a lot of, mute techniques, you press and hit, very quick techniques. A lot of times they'll say that's improper technique here, if you're from the middle school. But, then if you're just a person that's marking time and stuff like that, then to me, you're not dealing with music. So I try to do every possible thing I can to get sound out. So anyway, I was telling these two guys from Nigeria, I said, man, you got all these moves where you just step and you can move while you're spit. You can do all these moves, but you got to be squeezing in here like you see it. The coordination, popping up and moving like you see it. You see? I said, you can do something with that. I said, it has meaning. You got to do something. So you don't become the noise maker.
happens when we eat a lot of food, right? We have this, one of our things to be able to bring in nutrients, our mouth, one of our senses there, you know, our tongue, you know, we taste things. And you're supposed to know when it says, enough. Okay, I learned that in Japan with a Buddhist Zen Buddhist priest. I went on stage when he was supposed to have a lecture. 2 words he said. He said, enough has been said. That's a Zen priest, it was over. I'm left on the stage, I'm looking at this guy, this is a Zen priest, you know. That was my first experience. Well, you know, you don't take too much of anything. So I think a statement, I hope I made a statement, and that's what I'm saying. I think we have enough. I'm saying this because I'm trying to be an aggressive person and trying to make us musicians a little bit more responsible in what we should be giving people. Oh, yes, thank you. I mean, just like you can't put the wrong nutrients in your body. I'm saying now, I'm more than ever aware that if you don't deal with the right kind of rhythm and frequencies, we're going to have a problem. And I've been doing, tons of research. I was fortunate enough, not just the award, but what comes with the award. I received a Guggenheim for the year 2000 fellowship, so I was able to purchase what I needed. And from another private source that I was able to generate up this stuff and get very expensive equipment to carry out all these things I've been doing over the years. So I've been just doing a lot of measurement of biological frequencies, basically, which I think is one of the most important, and that is, as I said earlier, the electrical events in your heart and the sound, because that's setting up the whole vibratory pattern. The Chinese do it through pulse diagnosis. Through, feeling your pulse. That's great too. But I think that you can have a screwed up pulse that from your arteries can be all blocked up and you still can be existing. But you have no sound, you're not around. So you must know how to deal with the sound. So I deal with the sound. No matter what you screwed up, I can still hear it. See, you be feeling the arteries and they all be all, blood ain't getting in right, the pulse ain't right. So that's not the real thing. All these arteries can get a little screwed, but this guy is not saying that. You don't hear nothing, forget it. Go back to med school and mess with your Davis, talk to you. Davis don't say nothing, that's dead anatomy. You gotta get on something that's alive. So I think by seeing, not only hearing, but seeing waves, I've been studying all kinds of vibrations and frequencies and seeing people from cancer, diabetes, and blood pressure, thyroid problems, you name it. And you see the patterns that they form. And so therefore you start to rethink about what kind of frequencies you put in people. And I think there's a lot of dangerous frequencies. We just go ahead and don't be thinking about what the heck we're doing. So we got to get more conscious. And if you're musicians, I don't knock the equal temperate scale, but that's a lot of work that can be done to that. You can't just get down and say there's 12 tones and you got to, be obligated to deal with 12 tones, especially 12 corrupted tones. Because that's what it is. There are 12 corrupted tones, I'm telling you. Those tones were made to make a keyboard. And this is not to knock keyboard players, but I try to make keyboard players which you got to be aware of. And this is a discussion I used to have with Don Pullen, and I don't think there has been in the history of this music a greater piano player than Don Pullen. I rank Don Pullen with all the greatest. Yeah. Definitely the greatest. Don Pullen, that guy was something. He was the only guy that can, tell niggas what to do. Niggas respected this guy on keyboard. I know Don Pullen. Don Pullen was a guy everybody said can play with 5 fingers. I know what Don Pullen can do. You see, so he was legitimate. We used to have these discussions, and Don would say one thing to me. He would say, man, I hear it, but when I come down to that keyboard, it's not there. And I used to tell Don, I said, you got to remember something. And very few people didn't notice about Don Pullen. That guy played bass just like he played piano. See, I saw that one time we was in the studio, he picked up a bass, and he touched that bass. I said, that's why, man, because you can hear the strings.
you see. So, you know, I mean, we had this clear, so I said, you know, and actually we sat down and I drew up a model. Actually made a model. I went and got me some wood, some sewing string, and, you know, balsa wood, made it real light and showed him how you can make a flexible keyboard so you can change the different tension on the string as you know, it's two components. One, the back part is changing the tension on the string, and then the finger works in two actions. And maybe I'll put it together, I don't know. But we was talking, I said, man, no, man, you just can't be down here to fix things that don't work like that. You see? I mean, if you listen to your fundamental heart sound in 5 seconds, that thing can make 200 to 300 different frequency changes. And the beautiful thing about it, man, is like it basically runs between what we know as the note D and E flat, but never tempered. You know, and it's always not like a whole number. It's not like 40, 41. It's 41 point. And the numbers can go on and on and on and on. And that's what they don't like to mess with. They always want to, you know, round the number off. Oh, that's so unbiological, non-biological, unbelievable. That's just for the machines. That's for the machines. That's not for folks. So, you know, I grew up with doo-wop on the corner, and everybody trying to do doo-wop, and then, you know, we get one of the groups that could really sing, and they would go to Manhattan and audition. And they come back and say, what happened, man? Oh, man, they told us, man, we got to go get a voice teacher. You know, we singing out of tune. We said, singing out of tune? And when they go get lessons, they come back and they're really out of tune. You know? I mean, I'm teaching on college level for all these years, and I'm the oddball. Because I said, you know, I shouldn't be talking like this, but I got to talk like this. Because when you go to school, music school, you're being taught how to be unnatural, not to be natural. You'll have a PhD in how to be unnatural, not a PhD in to be natural. So I told anybody who's going to pursue their higher degrees, always remember the other polarity. Remember the opposites. You know, sometimes you need a contrasting thing. You know, a contrasting thing works good. Yeah. You know, that's what happens, you know. You go there, you know, PhD, you know, you're a good clone in the system. You can follow orders. That's what it's about. You go there, that's why they say, you have a PhD.
Don't be a peckerhead, though.
You know, so that's what you gotta, you know, I mean, you know, you gotta just check it out. Now there's people say, what the hell are you talking about? I'm a PhD. I didn't say nothing wrong with a PhD, but I said, you know, be a smart PhD. Don't be what we call a dumb PhD. You know? There was a trumpet player, and I'm not going to mention his name. It happened to Giuseppe Logan. He was one of the first trumpet players in the 60s that had a PhD. Out of NYU. He was teaching out of NYU. And we had this rehearsal, and Giuseppe wrote this thing for trumpet. And the guy said, Giuseppe, you can't write a trumpet part like that. You don't play that on trumpet. You can't play that on trumpet. So Giuseppe said, yes, you can. I said, he looked at me, man, can't you play that? I said, yeah, man. So anyway, he said, you can do it, man. Oh, I said his name, you can do it. He said, you can do it. So my man said, no, you can't. I'll go get the book. So he went, we was in his law, Second Avenue. He went and got this technical book, brought this book out, showed us all the stuff. It's not in the range, it's not blah, 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 blah. So Giuseppe just giggling. So he said, Giuseppe said to me, well, there's a guy in Boston, man, that was able to do it. And I said, and he didn't have a PhD neither. And what did we say that for? He said, give me that part again. And he played it. We laughed, man. We laughed for days, man. But the guy who played that part was a trumpet player. Speaking of trumpet player, it was Fred Ballard. Remember Fred Ballard? He was in Boston. Elvin Jones used it for a little while. Oh, this guy was a smoke on trumpet. But he had problems, you know. I think he had some other problems. I don't know if he thought he was diligent too, you know. Some guys be out there playing trumpet, man, but they also be doing some other stuff, man. So I think something happened. He just disappeared. But this guy he came to New York. He was wiping everybody out. But he was the guy. Because we had a little trio off Boston. And this guy did it, man. He really did it. So it just goes to show you, man, he got so locked out of what's possible, man. I mean, he really cleaned his act up, you know, to the thing that he. So that's what I try to give you. I try to give you all my research and all my teachings and make sure that I'm not giving no pathological stuff inside, so that it'll be vibrant. And after all this research, I think I know certain things what is safe to do. So I try to be aware of that. All right, thank you.
Milford Graves, thank you. And thank you all for coming out tonight and visiting Sistas' place, and pick up flyers and keep in touch.
He said, there was nothing wrong with what you're doing. But I like that tomorrow's